Hi. I'm throwing out the schedule today. I'm late and I'm early at the same time, so we're going to be doing both. Normal intro is going out the window. I'm behind schedule. But that's okay. Now that things have started, you no longer have to care. So let's sleep on it. No longer have to stress out about that. We can just begin. And speaking of beginning, hello. We need to begin doing something else. Quick recap of our accomplishments and our current goals. We got the implosion compressor, which I did specifically to get a lens. But now that we have that lens, we can make Ulpics. Not to be confused with Ulpics. It's a different thing. Let me just check my notes on my objectives today. Yep, okay. Basic stuff. We are very likely going to be continuing the coil upgrade path. I want that nichrome. And I'm relieved to learn that nichrome is mostly nitrogen, and I don't need that much chrome. Unfortunately, sorry, nickel, not nitrogen. The unfortunate news about that is we don't have much in the way of pure nickel. We processed a lot of it. It's been turned into stainless steel, copper nickel. Like, we're running out. But that's a later problem. Our immediate problem is that we need a vacuum freezer in order to take the nichrome that would be warm if we made any and turn it into cold. So if we check our multi-block goals, here is our vacuum freezer objective. The basics is regular casing stuff that we've been doing before. We've already created the energy casing as part of an earlier engagement. So it's just going to be these, regular input-output. The general structure of such a device is you got item bus in, item bus out, input hatch, output hatch. You've got power. The demands is that it simply be any casing, so we do not need to worry about the specifics. And that's good. That is good indeed. I suppose, technically speaking, we could have doubled up the medium hatches and just moved it over, like 4-amped it. But that's unnecessary. We got the high hatch. We'll use the high hatch. Okay, nothing complicated. Just make this. So what do we need to make that? Frostproof machine casing, 3 high voltage electric pumps, and 3 extreme voltage circuits. And some gold cabling. I've done a bit of preparation on the circuit side of things. I haven't made any circuits, but I have made all of the circuit components that we need. I've also had a little staircase here for convenience. As you can see, I have loaded up on SMD resistors and SMD transistors. That's right, I've started using gallium for transistors. Not something I normally do, but something I did. Got a bunch more fine red alloy. That was mostly just ported over from the chest outside with the wire mill. Fine copper, fine electrum. All the good stuff. And this should be plenty, combined with an entire stack of plastic circuit boards, to make those 3 EV circuits. Let's do the math on this. We need 3. We need 6. We need 12. And you know what? I'm gonna go above and beyond. Because we're gonna need to make more high voltage stuff eventually. Let's make 4 EVs worth of HV. which would call for 16 plastic circuit boards for medium voltage, and then 8 for high. This will leave us 2 high voltage circuits over for some other thing. Let's begin the construction. Circuit board, this is going to be medium voltage, so we want resistor, transistor, red alloy, CPU, and I'm guessing capacitor. Yep, seems good. And because we're doing a full 16, this will take a full stack of each of them. While that's going, let's talk the greater logistics side of this. According to the quest, we want 22 frost-proof machine casings, which sounds about right. I personally am going to go for 23, just so that we have... Well, let's check the math on this. 9, 17, 18, 19, 20. It seems like 20 is sufficient. And even this configuration, it says right here, 19 and nil. So we'll make the 22 for the quest, but no further. And we'll make the 22 for the quest before we make the vacuum freezer control block. So, what do we need? Well, according to this math, it'd be 8 ingots per of aluminum. So, 8, 16, 24, just short of 3 stacks of aluminum. And we're in luck. We just so happen to have just short of 3 stacks of aluminum. Now that would be for 24. We'd have 16 left over. So, all these ingots I'm holding now should be all we need for the 22. And if I'm right, $66 and $66. I'm going to split this up into individual pockets of 6, which is how they would be used for the plates anyway. $22, $44 for the rods. Math is good. So we got a lot of work ahead of us. Start with molding the rods. We'll get 88 of those, and then all of these are being bent. Oh yeah, I was doing more foil stuff for the boards. That all fits. Take all the foil out, start dumping it into the board maker. I suppose while I'm here, I may as well get another batch of polyethylene into plates so that we can make more board. Just the classic work of a classic problem. Good there. Aluminum rods are good. We'll know it's ready when we get to 88. Just to say 64 and then another 24. So all that is going well. I assume that the medium voltage circuits have completed. They have. Let us upgrade to the high voltage. For this, there is no need for the resistor. What we do need is RAM. RAM, 8 boards, I believe it is capacitor coil, and electrum. I'm wrong. Ah, it is redstone alloy once again. Sorry, red alloy. Redstone alloy is a different thing. Do not get them confused. Much better. Vending machine's going through. It's almost complete. That'd be great if the rods were similarly along. There's an argument to be made that I just used the lathe for this, but whatever. I don't know why I'm watching the circus being produced from outside the room. I have the rights to enter the room. Well, there's the 6 we need, and the 2 extra we're preparing. Meanwhile, we can get the polyethylene sheets we prepared, bring them over here, restock some more foil, I would imagine. More foil here, more foil here. Limiting factor appears to be just it going through the process, though we may be running out of sulfur soon enough. After all, it takes quite a bit to make sulfuric acid. How about I just top it up while I'm here? Well, you may be wondering if you were keeping tabs on the amount of aluminum I had in in the previous stream and this one. I have a lot more aluminum now, and this is because I have started going back to electrolyzing sodalite. I took a lot of the sodalite ore that I had around, and I've been going through the process of thermal centrifuging them and then macerating them into the dust. The thermal centrifuge is just for a little bit of extra. Not strictly required for what I'm doing. I just thought, hey, if I'm gonna get some free lapis, I'm gonna get some free lapis. Here's the consequences of my actions, as you can see here. Consequences of my actions are pretty good right now, if I would be so bold. Oh, that's lapis dust. That's the wrong stuff. How'd they get you? But all this sodalite processing into all of this stuff, I've got a sort of runoff chlorine vat over here, which I just sort of void every once in a while. This chlorine, we don't need this chlorine. We got salt chlorine. Good here, looking good here. Let's top you up. Let's top that up. All is well. High voltage circuits are done. Take out the extra here. And now I've got to remember how to do an EV circuit. It's been a bit. I believe it requires a return to diodes. Let me check. Our EV circuit of choice is this one. 4 diodes per, which means we would need 12, which we do not have. I could make an SMD diode or two. Like all it is some molten polyethylene. Can't make an SMD diode. I have no platinum. How about we go wafer, fine annealed copper? Not too tricky. And we don't need too many. 2 craft should be enough. That would be 1 ingot. Do I have one on me, coincidentally? No. All I have on me is a mess. Doo-doo. There you go. Looking for a circuit setting of 4, if I recall correctly. 4, 8, 2. Splendid. Meanwhile, we can start stocking up the components that we do need. And we shall only be making 3. This is the Electrum. So, 24 RAM. The boards, of course. Diode RAM, we need 16, so that would be a classic 48. And then finally, the blue alloy bolt. This thing. Combination of silver and the blue stuff. Well, fortunately, I anticipated this problem. So it's my intent to make an entire stack's worth of blue alloy out of an entire stack's worth of silver. And the entire 4 stacks of... I don't have 4 stacks. Electrotine I have here. Fortunately, the conversion is not that slow. But making blue alloy is well, it's a little inconvenient. I mean, making the electrotine out of redstone and electrum gust is a little tricky. It's also a material you can get out of an ore. We'll make it, though. What's the exact ratio we need on this? Incidentally. 16 bolts. 1 rod makes 4 bolts. So that would be 2 ingots worth. So we only need 6 ingots of blue alloy. So all the blue alloy I'm making is a little excessive, but I'm fine to have it. Another stack in there. We should end up at 56. Oh, another thing I did, which I've made no mention of, but it did happen, is I've decided that when I'm doing the power for the big grid area, assuming I'm still doing benzene in the foreseeable future, or just some other fuel I pump in, my plan was to kind of divide the area into the individual chunks, and I've dug these tunnels underneath the base along the chunk border, so that each one will sort of supply a different zone of the base. This is just sort of the infrastructure commitment I need to make sure that everything has power in the future. Naturally, I've not actually piped anything here, and the old sodium shenanigan is still using the old pipe works. Also, separate thing, I've been reminded of the importance of putting a roof over our everything so that they don't explode. This one I checked, I manually inspected. There's no area where rain goes around it. The implosion compressor, however, is exposed to the elements, so I've taken the precaution of covering it up. I don't know if the implosion compressor, or any of the multi-blocks really, are susceptible to rain damage, but I have my suspicions about the battery buffer. Don't ask why I know that. Haven't had to worry about it over here because this biome doesn't have precipitation. The EBF has been fine. I've been lucky with the arid nature of my surroundings up to recently. This really does look like aluminum. Assumedly because it's blue. And that's all we're getting today in the blue alloy department. As for as much as we need, just the 6 for a solid 48. Ah, the rods are done. Splendid. Let's move on to bolt. Reinstated this protocol. As our aluminum casing, we proceed. Sorry, frame box. Casing's the next step. I'm gonna check the fuel. Okay, so it's gone down. It was at about 700k for a while. Now it's at 580. Probably because of all of the off-screen EBFing I've been doing. Here's our 48 blue alloy bolts. We can begin the circuitry. After which the frame boxes should be done, and we should be able to make the thing. Oh, right, the rest of the diodes. There we are. I gotta install more ramps. Okay, frame boxes are ready. Let's move over the plate. This was an optional. Yeah, it was optional. I could have just stuck with the 20. Whatever, I'm pretty sure that we can these can be recycled out into their constituent components easily. Yep. No big deal, no big deal. We can recycle. And who knows, we may have a need for another vacuum freezer. Meanwhile, we have everything we need except for our pumps. Which means we are unfortunately going to have to do another round of making a bunch of motors. They've been getting pricier as we've gone along. Concerning, I know. Alright. How do we make a motor? Just put this on the board. So we need 3. Common sense suggests that we're going to need more in the future. How about we just go for a solid 16? Seems a little excessive, but sometimes you need excess to express. Okay. So we're going to need 16 stainless steel, 8 steel, 16 silver, and a lot of electrum. Back to rods. We got any spare? Not really. You go. Since they both have to be rods, this is a fine thing to assembly line. Let's see, 16, so yeah, I'm worried about the silver here. We're running out. This isn't even the amount of silver I wanted. So we're going to need 16 times 2. We're going to need an entire stack of electrum. So we're going to need a half stack of gold and a half stack of silver. Let's take it from the farm, the gold farm. That's a funny way to do it. Overall, good, good, and good. I'm just gonna sit here and wait for that to happen. I got other things to other. I got things to other. What things other do I need to other? Well, I have to coat these. I need to prepare the pump components of this, which are steel rotors, stainless steel fluid pipe, gold, and rubber. I'll just do the rubber. just-in-time construction. Okay, there's the rings. Steel rotors is trivial. Stainless steel fluid pipe also trivial, thanks to our lovely collection of pipe construction materials. Ah, the rods are done. Well, the steel rods are done. Okay, silver's done. Need to coat these for the wire. Put it in there. How's the electrum? We could start assembly lining the electrum over. It's fine. These will not be coated. We just need a stack of them. Very good. Work your way through all of those, please. And we don't need to wait for every single motor to be ready, technically. We only need 3 of them. The rest we can make after. Gotta prioritize what our actual objective is. The excess. We can commit to making the excess eventually, but we do not need to commit to making the excess before our actual goal. I think that's a fair trade. Granted, even then, the electrum wire is going to be our lagging component. Meanwhile, we can work on the other components we need. Oh, wait. We've encountered a bit of a roadblock. The stainless steel is still in the system. And it's not going to take long for it to finish its job, so we can wait on it. Polarized rods can go in here symbolically. We have plenty of steel screws for the pumps. We just need steel rotors. And a stainless steel fluid pipe. How about I prepare that? Okay. Away with ye. In with you. A 1 of that. Wait, no, what am I thinking? I, of course, need 3. Cool that I am. Same goes for the steel as well. Okay, got the steel, got the rings. There's going to be a need for gold cable as well, but I'm ignoring that right now. We need 3 steel rotors. That's 1. And then I'm just gonna start donating screws to the cause until it works. Oh, 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 oh. I want to accidentally put that in there for some reason. I forgot that the screws are actually a real pain. Well, now would be a good time for a plunger. Okay, yeah, advice for the future. Never fluid extract screws. The ratios get messed up something fierce. Oh, the electrum's done. Oh. Oh, we need another stack of electrum. Well, this stinks. Right, because it's 4x, it's not just 1 ingot per, it's 2 ingot per, and we're doing 16 times 4 times 2. Darn it. Well, as I said before, focus on the ones we already have. Finally, a little bit of gold wire. Cable. Of which we have exactly 1. Not particularly excited for us to have to eventually enter an age of reclamation again, but we do what is necessary for the great journey. Was I just wrong across the board? Well, guess I need more silver. Yeah, I got it all wrong. At least we're getting the objective good. It's just the excess that we've bungled. That's not too disastrous. That said, you've taken my crafting space. Let's just do it here. Okay. One of these, get the recipe on deck. Need more gold cable. Thank you. Okay, gold cable is in. We just need the circuits, which we have already prepared. Can't do much with a vacuum cleaner controller until we have the rest of the mechanism prepared, so this doesn't count for much. It counts for a lot, but we still got work to do. Let's see, I don't have any spare input or output hatches or buses, so we're going to have to make our own. But those are simple. They can just be the classic LV thing we've come to know and love. We do not need a transformer for this operation. Fluid heater can go in here. Advanced cutting machine. We do need the hatch. This is power. Okay. We're going to need 5 more, including the maintenance one. But maintenance should be easy. I just need to get another file. Maybe I should prepare the file now. Another improvement I made in between streams is I made this toolbox for convenience. But naturally, I gotta share a file. Oh well. Okay, make it. We need 40 of this. Of this, that in the shape. We've already got the chest we need. Do we have the tanks we need? Yes. That was easy. We do not have the tin cable we need. Just skim off a bit more tin from the tin department. We have a lot of tin, actually. I should be more open to utilizing it in situations where the use of tin would be convenient. How's fuel? 616, we are above return rate. Probably because the EBF ain't running. We're not using any of the high voltage machines right now. Oh, goody. The soda light is ready for its final distribution. How is this going, by the way? Seems to be a simple case of being out of soda light. Let's avoid this while we're here. Okay, you know, no permanent damage. Everything looking fine here. Plenty more sodium, plenty more silicon, plenty more aluminum. Just for free sodium. The bending here is ready. Let's get this on circuit setting 8. As for the tin, take like 3 of it. We don't want to go excess because we are in the business of making battery buffers. Silver, however, we should be happy to emplace. Speaking of, that's done. So, floor it. Okay, there's the machines. Where's our cable? There's our cable. 5, 10, build. Okay, 5 machine holes. Set this to circuit setting 1. We get 1, 2. All's well here. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? This isn't done at all. Still got several stacks to go. We desperately need to find a use for all this stone dust. Just making concrete? Probably not good enough. We can make drilling fluid. Well, there must be like a use for... Okay, we can make concrete, just straight up, flat out concrete. We put it down, we can walk faster on it. Would probably be a good material for the base if it didn't look so bad. My apologies for being very biased upon the appearance of a block. Make plates. It's an ingredient in making comparators and other redstone components. Fire bricks, of course. There's the plastcrete. In theory, we could just build a lot of plastcrete. The black steel is going to be a pain, though. And increase the size of our clean room. That might be nice. Coolant tower. Interesting. Radiation-proof machine casing. Reinforced sterile water plant casing. Extreme density space bending casing. But that's all for making stone out of concrete. We can make stone plate, which is used to make stone! What a funny, funny thing. You can use stone dust to make stone. You can also centrifuge it to get a lot of esoteric components over the course of a lot of time. 7-8 minutes. Quartzite, potassium feldspar, marble, biotite. Wait, is biotite something I care about? Pending. Metal mixture and sodalite. You know, I grant that I care about those materials, but just the conversion rate is like a whole thing. Alright, well, you keep up the good work. I'm gonna stop being distracted by whatever it was I was doing. Oh, right. I was waiting for this to finish. Then you do this, and that, and you put it to circuit setting 1. And then finally, independent of all of this, maintenance. Separately, we must also contend with the fact that I am out of tape. So we need to remember how to make tape. 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 Here we are. Okay, we don't have advanced glue. We have refined glue. We have rubber sheets. So this is our recipe. 3 rubber sheets, 3 carbon, and some glue. I can do that. In fact, I'm almost there. But step one is, at the very least, get some carbon. Something we are lucky enough to have been stockpiling for quite a bit now. We put it in the autoclave with some molten polyethylene, and we can sort of glue the carbon dusks into longer strands of carbon fiber. From the carbon fiber, we could take a CPU wafer and some molten glowstone in an EV chemical reactor to make nano CPU wafers, but that's a separate thing entirely. We put them in assembler on circuit setting 2, and it will convert them into raw carbon mesh, and then we may proceed. The ratio on all of this is 8 dust to 1 mesh. So a stack of dust will get us 8 meshes. It's a bit expensive on the carbon side, but carbon is very plentiful if you know where to look. Plants. Oh, here's all these. Okay, vacuum freezer is real. We can use it. Where do we put it? We don't need to use it that much. We could pick a temporary location. But logically, we would want it to be reasonably close to the EBF. Justification for that is that the number one thing the vacuum freezer will be vacuum freezering is output from the EBF. Okay, let's go to the base view. Because of its proximity to water, I want this southeastern quarter of the base to be loosely dedicated to water and chemical processing. I also want to treat it as sort of the input zone for our base overall, keeping with this general theme of the water flowing in here. Like, this is the input side, this is the output side. So for that reason, a vacuum freezer is a pretty intermediate production item. Also, if it's going to be next to the EBF, this is deciding where the EBF is going to go as well. In principle, the EBF is very multi-purpose. But it's also kind of like the final step in ore processing for some ores. Like cobalt, you got to use an EBF to turn that thing into ingot. Did you just hear something explode? I put that there. Inside the base, the interior is very densely packed, so if something blew up, it should be immediately obvious. You're good. No breach in the clean room, and the interior of the clean room hasn't exploded. Everything's fine here. No anomalies. Let's also sleep. We're in a little bit of a disaster management situation here. Because I heard an explosion, and I am not taking any chances. Okay, the implosion compressor looks intact. The chemical chlorine bath seems fine. I'm going to chalk that up to a random creeper somewhere. Can we see a new hole on the map? This all seems fine. Set this to day, please. Thank you. Rummy's still in there. Yeah, I'm going to call that like an incidental, not related to us friendly fire incident. Going back to the diagram. So this is going to be the vacuum EBF combo, simply because they're so interconnected in their use, especially for higher temperatures. My proposal is to put them both... Okay, well, the constraints here. One is it's not such an input. It's not such an output. It's a popular device to use, and it creates a lot of pollution. Given all that, I think I want to put them here, like in the southwest corner. At least in this southwest quadrant. And the ultimate justification is that the EBF is our primary pollution provider. I want it as far away from the farm as possible. And this is already sort of becoming our multi-block staging area. Hey, Rummy. So what say we... Okay, how about this specific chunk right here is our, like, ore and, like, mining stuff material processing. Like, our mining refining. Like, our macerators for ores, our centrifuges for dusts. Our thermal centrifuge for dusts and crushed ore and stuff. Like, we put that here. But the EBF being an industrial multi-block, tangentially associated but not quite, will go here. Now, all of these have like a 3x3 profile. Kind of ushering into 4x4. Say we go like 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, U. Oh. Kind of hoping for like a more general purpose casing. So here, here, here. Boop. This particular machine does not need to care too much about like a sporadic moment-to-moment power supply. How do I express my thoughts and opinions? You go there. Pick you back up because I haven't committed yet. My plan is to put the energy hatch here facing down. And then to put our generator of power here facing up. And then this will wire into the, you know, the benzene piping. So this will be like a deliberately intended offshoot location. In fact, before I continue this, I should probably do that piping first. Alright. In the tunnels. A turbine. Easiest access route is right here. Blended. Now we would just fill this pipe with the pipe in the tunnel. fill the tunnel with the pipe, and we're good. That's going to take, like, what? At minimum, a stack of plastic fluid pipe. Not an impossible amount, just one we gotta make. Let's just aggregate all of the plastic fluid pipe we already have. I know I had, like, 14. We have 15. Okay, time for some industrial levels of plastic fluid pipe production. I still need that plunger. Well, the few tools I don't have a solid plan for. Pop. We clean. Okay. With that out of the way, let's just bulk up on polyethylene. We're gonna need a lot for this. Kaboom. 40 buckets worth. Go in here, since it's already the liquid. I keep occasionally doing this. In between streams, I tried to make a bunch more gel toluene, but I put the large steel fluid cell of it in here, which just fluid extracted the canister itself, and we lost all the toluene. That's optimal. I went with this one because it's faster. I know I usually do polyethylene stuff in this fluid solidifier, but I wanted speed. I wanted the overclocking. Once we have approximately a stack of the stuff, I think we'll be good. One large fluid cell's worth is about 18. Forget the exact value. But with 5 of these in here, there should be well over a stack. Then we just pipe it all in. While I'm here, let me do a quick recharge of my wrench. I've been using it a lot, doing classic wrench things. Oh yeah, this will be plenty. There's our stack. There's our quorum. As for anti-slosh measures for the lines of benzene going through, I'm not sure. I tend to think in my mind that anti-slosh measures improve throughput, because the fluid isn't like just like bouncing all over the place. But it also means that shortages will prioritize things over here. That is a bias that the system would have. Okay, in terms of hooking this all up, I'm going to start at the generator and go backwards. Simply because there's no clearance here. Let's see here. Boop. Connected. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. I forgot my wrench. Do I have a spare wrench in here? No. I'll be right back. I just thought of something. Invincible Rummy is laying eggs in the implosion compressor. Is that going to be a problem? Nominally, I doubt it, but narratively, it seems like the kind of thing that would be perfect for some crazy foreshadowing in the future. So there's got to be a little bit of a narrative component. Even if you're not there for the narrative component, there's always going to be a little bit of one. As by the act of doing things, you are causing a story to unfold. And I think that's cool. I think that's what I'm here for. Independent of, like, the audience component. Okay. I think I will do grandiose anti-slosh technology. So I think I understand better how to use the wrench now. You put it into line mode, and then I do this. Why did it only go there? Maybe it's more of a Tinker's Construct type of AoE? Okay, yeah, I'm not trusting it. And I'll forego that plan. Instead, I will simply have it directed into the pipe like so. Now, the whole system is going to declare, formally and officially, a severe shortage of everything we own. But we expect that. As far as inputs and outputs, I'm going to go with a pretty similar system to the one I inadvertently made for that. Also, as a safety measure, because I'm dealing with high voltage electricity, I'm going to break these for now. Input. Output, I will make the fluids happen one step lower. Maintenance can go front and center. Then the energy hatch can go here, facing down. Everything else should be a simple case of filling it up. Should we get a, should we get a pilot for this one as well? I think we should get a pilot for this one as well. Oh, that means I'm going to have to make the name tag and all the components again. Right, how do I do that? Name tag. It was leather and a lead was just slime and string. We don't have enough string, but we have enough cotton. Well, certainly we have enough cotton. And cotton can be converted to string via a wire mill. The pieces are coming together. So go to the wire mill, make string. Meanwhile, I'll get a slime ball and a leather. Argument's been made that I prep these things in bulk. Any particular... It needs to be done in an assembler with glue in it. Okay, so we also need glue. How much glue? 72 glue. Plenty. So, empty U. Empty glue. No particular circuit setting on this. Leather. One more string will do it. Guess I'll do it here then. I choose to believe that is an ominous, foreboding sound, not for me, but for my future employee. Alright, you know, I'm not taking your nonsense anymore. I am the danger now. Okay, what do we want our Freezer Lord to be named? Any ideas? So, due to an unfortunate restriction on our height clearance for the vacuum freezer, once again, we're probably going to have to go with another chicken. Now, I just innately thought that Rummy was a good name for a chicken. I don't know why. But also the Invincible thing worked well. What do we have that we could do here? We don't have to go Armored Core anymore. We can just go more general purpose. Let's see. Vacuum free. It's a freezer. It's a frozen chicken. What's a good frozen chicken? Is there like a type of frozen chicken? Like a brand or a particular... You wouldn't really call anything... Like, you call finished foods. You give those fancy names, but you don't give, like, the ingredients fancy names. Like, there's not, like, fancy frozen cutlet shenanigan. Okay, so I looked up frozen chicken Wikipedia, and it brought me to the Swanson brand. How about... Yeah, I think Swanson as a name, probably because it's named after a person, is a fine name for a person. Okay, we're gonna find a chicken, we're gonna name it Swanson. In particular, I'm in favor of this because as I understand it from the Wikipedia article, Swanson is, at least in part, a brand of TV dinner. And if I'm thinking correctly, TV dinner is the kind of dinner you like, it's frozen or whatever, and you put it in a microwave to heat it up quickly to watch TV or whatever. So I need some employee incentives. I'll be right back. You gotta have some good employee incentives. I also just really like this paradigm we're starting, where all of our multi-blocks are fueled, or at least operated, by a random mob we keep as an employee. You go to all the different Greg Tech servers, all the different bases, even the ones that aren't technically Greg Tech New Horizons. You go, they probably have, like, other players playing their part in making the factory good. But I don't think any of them have permanent employees like I have permanent employees. And look, they're fully encased inside the machine. I give the best job security. I did not expect this to become a thing. But then again, I suppose whenever you're doing anything, you don't expect it to become a thing. When we crack open the pyrolysis oven to replace the coils, I think there's enough room there to get, like, a large mob. I don't know what large mob I would put into the pyrolysis oven for service. I apologize. You know what? If you want to decline this interview, I understand. I'll go find another candidate. I made a bad first impression. You can't just go out and make a bad first impression when you're a hiring manager. You're gonna alienate them from the job, and you don't want that. The employee probably also doesn't want that because they've gone to this interview with the desire to have a job, probably. Hey, buddy. I've got employee benefits. You wanna maybe have an on-site interview real quick? As much as, like, employer-employee relationship culture, in particular, like, the interview culture is abysmal, I think that nominally it's kind of a representation of how one should, like, go into a relationship. You're two people who've got, like, a surface level interest in each other for some connection, and you want to, like, willingly divulge information, sort of evaluate each other to figure out if this is indeed a good fit. Hold on, let me show you around the. Let me show you your office real quick here, buddy. All right, so here's the employee area. There you go. There you go. Here's your employee benefit, as promised in our signing agreement. Thank you for joining the company whose name I have not yet decided on, because this is a very new bit. Alright, let's see, Let's see how well this works. That was very good. Just add that to the list, and we are good. Okay, the machine is now constructed. Let's get this thing powered up again. I forgot to name you. My mistake. Forgot to issue you your company assigned name tag. What am I doing? There you go, Swanson. Welcome to the team. Let's hope that didn't bungle anything here. Nothing looks bungled from this perspective. Now we head back down here and we create the generator connection. Fuel up. Pipe in. Power is looking good. Okay, let's get the heck out of here. Big bonk. Power on. I think we're good. Vacuum freezer deployed. I expect it'll be a little difficult because I can't see. Oh, we might need a sky shield for this. Eventually, the proper factory will have multiple floors and a roof and stuff, but for the time being, I'm just going to play it safe. Because I don't want to learn that it doesn't work in the midst of it not working. Employee emergency access over here. Also gets me enough dirt that I can just place these on here. Great. Welcome aboard, Swanson. All right. Now, in principle, we could also move over the EBF as well, except there's the added nuance that it needs to be piped to receive, at least for what we're doing right nowadays, oxygen. And the oxygen's over here. So we'd have to, like, double pipe it. I'm not willing to do that right now. So we have the vacuum freezer. The vacuum freezer quest is done. There is now nothing stopping us from making the nichrome coils. As for how many we'll need, it's a little tricky. So we need 16 for the EBF, of course, and then we're going to need an additional 9 for the pyrolysis oven. Trying to use this like a lunchbox. That's not my lunchbox. This is my lunchbox. So we need 25. So as we investigate the recipe here, let us remind ourselves that we need 25. Mica insulator foil, I'm confident we can just get and have. It might be a little tedious, but I think we're fine on that. Molten canthal, I also think is fine. Only 25 ingots of the stuff. Where's our canthal? I know we have canthal. Maybe it's in dust form. 2, 12. We have 15 canthal. We could ransack some of our existing canthal, but iron, aluminum, chrome in equal measure is not that big of a deal now. We have iron, we have aluminum, we have chrome. Only real nuance is that we have to mix them. And then they're mixed. We get 3. We EBF it. Turn it hot. Then cool it down. Easy. So I'm not worried about that. It is something we'll have to do, but that's an easy step. The concern is that we need 25 times 8 nichrome wire, which equates to 25 times 8 nichrome ingots, because this is a 2x wire. I don't know if you know this, but 25 times 8 anything is 200. So we're going to need 200 nichrome ingots. What does it take to get 200 nichrome ingots? Well, we vacuum freezer hot nichrome for 8.4 seconds. That means it's going to take a while in the long run, but that's okay. Going to take a minute at EV just to heat the stuff up. But we don't care about the time. We care about the material expense. And here... Any other convenient way to do this that doesn't require a high voltage mixer? I guess not. Okay, we may need to get a high voltage mixer if I didn't make one already for some other purpose that I forgot. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's just a motor. We got the circuits already. We got the spare motors. We got everything we need. It's fine. Back to the question involved. 200. So there are exactly 40 crafts of this mixer that we need, which means we need 40 chrome and 160 nickel. Gonna be honest with you, I don't think we have 160 nickel. I think we barely have 100. We could maybe theoretically separate out the copper and nickel somehow, but that would only give us another 20. We don't have any spare nickel ore. That's sodium, that's silicon, that's chrome, that's iron. There. I think this saves us. We do have some spare around. And through whatever line we decide to do, this will provide some bonus nickel directly. As a final byproduct is roasted nickel dust, which we could smelt immediately into nickel or try and get a little bit extra by adding carbon to a blast furnace. I mean, it could be worthwhile. I'm pretty sure I have the EBF set to void liquids anyway, so this carbon dioxide wouldn't matter. All right. I'll bite. It's our nickel supply. This proves we have enough. And I will go with the double macerator approach. So I'm going to go macerator, macerator, centrifuge. This is the macerator. This is the centrifuge. Now let's check separately if we have that high voltage mixer. Strongly doubt it. Now I'm confident we don't. Let's make that in the meanwhile then. That's going to be more gold cable. Meanwhile, how's the motor situation going? We just need this. Any more in here I gotta worry about? No, this is it. In you go. Beautiful, beautiful. There's gonna be plenty of motors, including the motor we need right now. Next up in our list of ingredients required, I am going to pick up the polyethylene here, put it back in here for future pipe works in the future, now that it's complete. Next step up is the rotor. Simple 5 steel. Save the rest as a rod. Alright, my bad. Save the rest as 1 rod and 2 bolts. This is getting a little full. Well, we have the rotor. Let's start forming this thing. Rotor, we're going to need 4 glass. I'm pretty sure that's still in the backpack because I never cleaned this thing. Check. Doot, doot. We're going to do those 2 high voltage circuits we made earlier. I'm glad I made them. Pop. There you are. Dip. Those in like this. Plates are bent. Set this to circuit setting 8. Put them in here. Put the 2 gold cables in here so that we have our fully constructed hull. Good. Here, and now it's just 1 motor. There's our mixer. And the mixer shall be placed here. So is that complete? We can do better alloys. Don't know exactly what's locked behind the, well, I mean, nichrome, obviously. It's why we got it. And that's worth it. Could also be a good high-speed option if we really cared. This is gonna be a while, huh? It's fine if it's gonna be a while because we need the nitrogen before we can start mixing it. So it's not that big of a deal. Meanwhile, we can do other general factory improvement activities, like taking all of the sodalite from earlier and putting it in the electrolyzer. There you go. Really, what are we waiting on now? Okay, that kind of startled me for a second, but then I remembered. A lot of it would have gone into the pipe. Ooh, how's this? Okay. Please tell me this has hit saturation. I really need it to hit saturation so that the entire rest of the factory doesn't implode. Okay, we're at saturation. Everything at this point is just sloshing. In fact, it seems like this has a directionality to it. When did I trigger that? Oh yeah, there's a directional one right here. Makes sense, this is the input to the... But that's after the split. What about before the split? Maybe it's just generally the case that the pipes are near saturation anyway. Well, good news for me. That cut it close, though. At least we're in a regime where we're net positive. For now. Free nickel. Exactly how much chrome do we have? We need 40 for this, and I'm sad to lose a lot of my greater supply here. We'd have 42 left over. For our general purposes, such as, but not limited to, stainless steel. Let me confirm the setting on this. This is avoiding excess fluids. Thank you. A lot of aluminum. All right. This makes me feel a lot more secure in what's going on. Phew. So we take this, we can package it using a packager. We get charcoal dust, we can electrolyze it for carbon. This is our carbon supply. It's not set up to make the carbon, but it is our carbon supply. I can very easily imagine just a little extra component here that powers packager into electrolyzer. Any other use for this stuff? Yes, there is. In a large chemical reactor, we can make carbon dioxide for some reason, or carbon monoxide for some reason. It was an early crafting component in resistors, I remember that. We could turn it into mini charcoal, but not in a way that we can further utilize it. It's a recipe ingredient in standard gunpowder. Used as a fuel. It's a recipe component for assembly-based torches, which is actually a very good deal. And not as good as regular charcoal. Actually, yes it is in this mod. You can turn nether quartz into smoky quartz if you care. Gunpowder as always. Carbon. It's a fuel. It's a fuel. Long story short, it's a fuel. Bonk. I have thought a thing. This is currently using 64 EU per tick, as designed. But the moment we upgrade the coils, it will still use 64 EU per tick, but for much shorter of a time period. Okay, not that much shorter, but still shorter. The total energy required to do the conversion will be reduced, because it'll still be the same amps of LV, but for less time. And I'm thinking about this because we are going to need to upgrade to have 2 of these if we're going to extract the fluid fast enough. I'm also worried about the centrifuge. It's cutting it close currently. This also is a cause for concern. I'm just trying to think it all through. Macerator's done. I've got 4 stacks of this stuff. Let's hope you macerate it a little bit faster than the previous. No, it seems to still be 5 seconds. That's fine. No complaints. In fact, once it stockpiles a little bit, I'll move it over to the centrifuge. What should we freeze? Other thought. If we've got the vacuum freezer, we don't need this chemical bath anymore. This was just our interim method of cooling liquids with IC2 coolant. We could repurpose it somewhere else. Both it and the associated generator. Line up to here, we're just doing thermal centrifuge stuff. For comparison, what's the centrifuge speed on this? "20 seconds. So it is on our best interest to get this to here immediately. Okay. And it's worth it. That extra nickel, I think, is worth it. That'll do us good for like 4 minutes. Meanwhile, I can stare out into the horizon a bit more. When the macerator's done, we will have the HV power to start doing the mixing. And even if we don't have all the nickel we need just yet, we should have enough simply to begin running the process. Sorry, I'm having fun with the sounds. I apologize for some reason. Well, we can already declare some good victory. We have the vacuum freezer, and we are well on our way to the nichrome coils. What else can we do? Technically, we have the... Never mind. Just looking. Just looking. One of the big components of the eventual push to space will be this stuff. So ultimately, we're going to need to make heavy-duty plates made out of compressed heavy-duty alloy, which is made out of a little bit of stainless steel, compressed steel, compressed aluminum, compressed bronze. And all of these are made by just packing some triple plate in the implosion compressor and implosion compressoring them. Pretty intense. We're going to need 37 of each, which means we're going to need to do 37 times 3 crafts of each. That's a very solid 111. Which means we're going to need 111 operations of the implosion compressor. How the heck are we going to get 111? Oh. It's not 8. It's 2. Oh, the amount of TNT you need for explosion is different. Which means we only need 222 TNT. That's still a lot. But, like, that's slightly more reasonable, given the fact that we don't have industrial TNT right now. How done are you? You are nowhere near done, but you've got plenty that we can move over before the centrifuge runs dry. Plenty of roasted nickel. Technically, we could start doing the roasted nickel processing, but I am still a little vigilant on our fuel supply. Similarly, any work that I might do to put the piping down, I hesitate because I do not want the benzene entering those pipes. How about we think about the base and its aesthetics? First question is the base, like the outer perimeter here, going to have walls? I think the answer is yes. There will be walls. They will be on this border. And that follows the protocol I said earlier. What that wall is going to be, I don't know. As far as the ceiling, I'm planning on just making it like a massive sheet worth of glass. Something where we can see the sky, but not something where rain would be a problem. If I were crazy, I would cover the ceiling in solar panels. But that's going to be real expensive. I can cover some of the roof with solar panels. might be beneficial. There's value there. Maybe. Like, I'm gonna have to get real good at resourcing to do something like that. It made complete sense to do that kind of thing with... you know, a simple farm. Something that's so low power anyway. But the factory, I can't imagine I can find a good use case for it. I thought of something I can do right now. I have reason to believe, due to hostile spawns that I've seen around, that somewhere underneath, near the nether portal, is some sort of cave. And I would like to find it, so that the cave threat can be eliminated once and for all. You're seeing a lot of cobblestone around. It's because I did a little bit to try and figure out where the cave entrance was, but then I gave up. So all this cobblestone and stuff is from my previous attempt. My previous excursion. But now I'm going full. And we don't need to do the original, or the usual mining digging system where we do that like 3x3 spiral. We can downgrade to a 2x2 because I am not connecting the roof to it. Hello. Oh, I should have anticipated this. Obviously this would be the basement. Our basement. I'm amazed I didn't think of it. Of course this is our basement. We live here. Slime. Slime? Hello. Oh, the map has lit up with hostile readings. Oh boy, oh boy. Ghost Spoder. Okay. If it's any consolation, I'm pretty sure that most, if not all of the hostile sounds I'm hearing are coming from below here. In the, you know, further depth reaches that I have not solidified my control over. And I think I should take some solace in that. And subsequently not have to worry so much about this. I'm lost. Where's my tunnel out of here? Show me surface. It's that way, okay. I think I'll just leave. Well, mystery solved. Also means that we don't need to use this particular access path to get to it. We can fill this up and never have to enter this way again. Happy to solve that mystery. I'm especially happy that mystery is over. You got a ways to go. We've got to have some leeway to maybe do some of that. Ultimate math is we're going to have 4 stacks of dust. It's a 2-to-1 ratio on carbon, so I should get 1 stack of carbon and we should be good, if I'm right. I am. This will ultimately get us 6 stacks of nickel. That's a good deal if I say so myself. Okay, no particular circuit setting, set that to 0, set the carbon in there. And then just move over some roasted nickel as it's ready to go. What's the duration on this? Medium voltage, 12 seconds, Cooper nickel. Well, we're going to be double overclocking as well as possibly a perfect overclock. So we could expect this to maybe even go into batch mode. Well. Oh yeah, it's doing 2 crafts at once. Over the course of 6 seconds. I could just cauldron it if I don't think that this nickel, bare nickel, is enough. And I think I will cauldron it. I'm sorry, I've lost interest. My laziness is overriding the material efficiency. Because why do that when I can do this? And lose out on what, 12 nickel? Oh no, I'll need 2 stacks of carbon because we're going to get 4 stacks of the dust. 2-to-1 ratio, we need 2 stacks of carbon. You done yet? Now we should expect this to be going in a negative direction. Somehow I don't think this can manage 5 high voltage worth of stuff. And then we're gonna have to macerate these down. Because apparently you can't just alloy smelter them together to make that. I hesitated because I was wondering if I was about to be proven wrong. At least it's not running for long, so the amount of fuel drain is small. It's just a lot up front. I want to check on the aluminum and well, the sodalite. That's some pretty good supply. 5 stacks of sodium, 4 and a bit stacks of aluminum and silicon. Good supply, good supply. If we suddenly had a need to make another distillation tower, which we could, we can confirm it's very available. That was fast. I'm not even ready with the rest of the roasted nickel. EBF has gone silent. How's our fuel? Yep. It voided. And by voided, I just mean it's empty. Now we need to worry about the whole factory running out of fuel. At the very least, we don't have to worry about this part. We have enough nickel. I can accept that. We only needed 160. And macerating 1 stack of this will get us to threshold. Much faster than initial. At 160. That'd be like 2.5 stacks. I'm just rounding. Despite that fact, I'm pretty sure that's exactly correct. Okay, so the EBF is not running. Under the macerator's administration, we were still gaining fluid, so I think 1 HV is something we can sustain. So to mix for nichrome dust. Oh no, there's nichromite dust too. Full bore. 25 seconds. Okay. 160. Confirm the circuit setting is 1. And then 40 chrome. That's like half of all of our chrome. Converting in 3, 2, 1. Okay, now we wait a lot of time. Actually, it's on the order of, like, over an hour. Let me get the exact number on that, just to be convenient. Yep, like an hour and 7 minutes. That's not even accounting for the fact that we need to go back to it midway through. Whatever happened to our old Cooper nickel? Just sitting away in here. Is there a way to recycle this? Quartz sand, Cooper nickel tin. Not in a way that saves the mica. Oh, but it's the... It's a transformer coming soon to a theater near you. It's also part of the mega oil cracker. Intimidating. Oh, is it also used in the... Oh, no, I think this is the... No, this is the chemical reactor. Interesting. Here's the oil cracking unit. Fireless oven. EBF. The classics you've come to know. But I can't salvage the mica off of that, which is really what I was hoping for. Well, we're back at the nichrome zone. Let's work on the foil. So, the only way to do this is we're going to need, just as we needed 200 nichrome wire, we are going to need 400 mica insulator foil. What's this stuff? Another contender, perhaps? Where do we get it? I have no idea where we get it. So unfortunately, I cannot pursue it. Okay, I am ignoring that. We need 400 of this, which means we need 100 of this. Which means we need 25 Certus quartz or nether quartz or quartzite, whatever we choose to use there. And 100 of this. And 100 of this is 100 of this and 25 of this. Oh. Do we... No, this is a medium voltage forming press. Unfortunate. And frankly, it would have only have saved us on asbestos, which I'm not concerned about. Okay. Instead of just doing this blindly, let's see our current inventory. We have exactly 100. So we are exactly halfway there. Okay, so we're gonna need... $50 of this stuff. So we have silicon dioxide, I'm not worried about that. Okay, we need a little bit of asbestos, which I'm pretty sure we have, and we need like 50 mica-based pulp. Mica-based pulp is mica dust and raw rubber. And this is non-negotiable. We got 16 of it. Nope. 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 Yes. I turned off the macerator. Darn it. Oh, what's the processing on this anyway? Mica. It's mica. It's mica. It's mica. You want mica? Here it is. And you know what? We do want mica. We don't even need to macerate a whole stack. This is fine. The problem is that our power is currently... Well, if it's taking a break, I don't see why we can't just... Okay, so this is how a computer does parallelizing when it doesn't actually have multiple cores. It just sort of swaps between them really fast, doing one job and then doing the other, to give the illusion of both of them happening at the same time. In truth, it's just doing both of them in tiny, tiny steps, alternating. This doesn't necessarily get you any speed benefit. It's just sort of giving the illusion of... Well, okay, it's not even an illusion. You're making progress on both over time, instead of finishing one and then finishing the other. This can be useful, especially if you suddenly don't want to finish one of them, and you don't want to wait on the other. Like, if the circumstances change, if one of them's like a really long process and another one's a short process that's sort of happening separately, it lets you do that short process. Because one might just incidentally finish before the other. There's benefits. Not necessarily an improved speed, but improved scheduling. Alright, here's the mica. Even just this is enough. And I will leave it at this. Okay, I say that, but it's gonna be close. Let's just put in like 5 more. And then rubber's fine. We got plenty of rubber. I got like a whole barrel full of stuff here. Look, it's not a barrel full, but it's in a barrel. It counts. So, given the number 200 versus our 9 and 16, that's almost... This is slightly less than a third, which means it's slightly less than what we need to make the 9 coils for the pyrolyse oven. So this is not an operational amount of nichrome for us to use yet. We can't just take this 60 and make the... Well, obviously, because it's an 8-to-1 ratio. So if it's less than a stack, it's obviously less than 8. And 8 is less than 9, in case you didn't know. Turns out, when you're dealing with the numbers, there's this concept of ordering them, such that you can say that numbers precede other numbers. It's a really interesting thing, in my opinion. Leads to a whole lot of, you know, compelling logic, such as what I've just described to you. Oh, this is much faster. What a relief. I guess nickel is just weird like that. We got free Mika dust to go with our Mika dust. I know I canceled my original intention to cut off the Mika early, but I think it would have been fine with the centrifuge giving us a little extra. But I suppose there's no problem with just processing the materials we have already. Especially considering there's only one path for Mika, and it's more Mika. So we're not missing out on any particular material. And the statistical odds at each given step are pretty identical. It is interesting that it goes from 10% to 11.11%, so like 1 in 10 to 1 in 9. But on the thermal centrifuge route, it goes 1 in 9 to 1 in 10. I think that's because centrifuges generally give 1 in 9 odds, and macerators generally give 1 in 10, unless they're given 1 in 20. So it makes sense. I choose to be of the opinion that it makes sense. I'm ready to make the switch. Okay, now here comes the tricky bit. Let me just empty out my inventory by wire milling some more cotton. You need to be centrifuged. We've got 10 more Mika here. Okay, that is indeed enough mica for our purposes. Now let's get the rubber. Mission accomplished. Combination of these two components are done in the mixer. That mixer is occupied, so we'll use this one. Into a mica-based pulp, we want circuit setting 2. Dump you, dump you. Get another stack of rubber, because it's a 2-to-1 ratio. There. That'll be plenty of mica. Now I need to check on the asbestos, but I'm pretty sure we have plenty. I remember seeing, like, whole asbestos ores. We have 5. There we are. Another thing to put in the parallelization bucket. Oh, never mind. I told you we had plenty. I just didn't remember where that plenty was. Even more plenty. I over-engineered the heck out of this, huh? Okay, we want mica-based sheet. That is a forming press, circuit setting 1, 4-to-1 ratio. We had... Here's our forming press. Circuit setting 1 confirmed. Pick up a handful of asbestos and just go to work. Pop, pop. This might be over our fuel limit. Yeah, it's gonna be close. Oh, this is just a regular power expiry. Because we're using 2 advanced machines at the same time. That's on me. That's on me. So then what do I do with this? I add the quartzite and the alloy smelter. But this will be resolved quickly. It's just... like, it's not voiding anything, so it's fine. It also means that the actual power draw will be less, and we are increasing. We just have to deal with the sound for a bit. And we will deal. Now it's using half an amp of MV right now, which means the alloy smelter should be fine to use. As I find some quartz or whatever we're using. We got some Certus quartz in here, may as well. Well. Aside from being slow, this is fine. We got our insulator sheets. Suddenly questioning my earlier map. We needed 400 of these, and we only have 100, so we needed 300 more. So we don't need 50 of these, we need 75 of these. Oops. Oh, that's okay. I think this is enough. Ooh, you're running at full bore. That might be unacceptable for the alloy smelter. It will be close. No. Alloy smelter's at half. 15 plus 112 is only 128 exactly. And we're gonna have voltage losses over the line, so this will stall eventually. But barely. Oh well. Oh, hey, you're done. Well, you're done with your next batch of 60. Oh, I understand my math. I was thinking of it as taking 25 seconds to do one, but it's doing them in batches of 5, so it's not going to take 60 minutes. It's going to take something closer to like 13. My mistake. Is there any reason you're not going? Is it... I thought it was in batches of 1 and 2. No, it was batches of 3 and 2. My mistake. Well, I guess you can be done for the time being. In you go. The alloy smelter held strong. Good work, alloy smelter. Now, what do I do with this? We have the mica insulator sheet. I assume we need to bend it. Circuit setting is 1, unless you are at EV, in which case you can use some weird other thing. But yeah, bending machine, circuit setting 1. I foresee no complications. The asbestos has also finished its roll. Alloy smelter, you're up. So it should be 60, 60, 60, and 20. I'm going to do 60, 60, 30, and 40. Because I'm whimsical like that. Wait. No, I am wrong. Where did I get 400? I need 200 mica insulator foil. No, wait, I do need 400. Darn it, I'm second-guessing myself. I should not be second-guessing myself on the dang math. It's math. Okay. In any case, we are at approximately halfway. We just need like 50-ish more mica thing. We're gonna need more quartz. Thank you for trusting my math. Okay, there's quartzite. That'll work. So all the mica in here will be enough. It'll get us to 50. We can then bend it, turn it into the foils we need, and then we're fine and good and fine and good and fine. And good and fine. We got 100 in here. We've got slightly over 100 in rising. This is providing us plenty. In fact, I'll even move it over and just have enough. So that'll be enough. We're good on the foil. Next up is gonna have to be the nichrome itself. You're gonna need to construct 200 ingots of this stuff. Located at Scenic, this EBF. Are there any complications with that? Well, first off, we can't boost the speed of this at all because we don't have any industrial level supply of nitrogen. So this will be circuit setting 1. We are going to be getting absolutely no overclocking on this because it requires Canthal, which we're already at. And it requires EV, and we had to upgrade the EBF specially to do this recipe. So this is going to take, and I'm going to round it to the nearest minute for individual crafts simply because it's convenient. 200 minutes. This craft will be done in 3 hours and 20 minutes. And that is implying that we have the fuel to run this. We don't. But we do want to check that this process is successful, no matter how long it takes. This is gonna hurt. Because we need to prove to ourselves that we can get to the next step of the process. Cooling this thing in the vacuum freezer. You know, compared to the minute that takes, cooling in the vacuum freezer is pretty quick at a brisk 8.4 seconds. After that, we will have to go to our local wire mill, set the circuit setting 2. There, I don't know why 3 was in the middle. Oh, because it takes less energy. Okay. At circuit setting 2, where it'll convert it into a wire over the course of 7.5 seconds, even faster. And at the end of that all, we can then construct it in an assembler over the course of 20 seconds for every 8 of them. That's like 2.5 seconds each. Into the nichrome coil blocks. Granted, we don't need to make all 25 of these immediately. We can start with 9. And if we start with 9, we will gain the benefit of upgrading our pyrolysis oven's efficiency, thus saving on fuel, thus allowing more fuel to be generated, thus supporting the rest of the process. It is cyclical like that. Oh, the alloy smelter sounds done. Let's see. That's 100, that's 216. We do need to make that drop off. Okay. I trust there's enough fuel in the pipes for this to not be a problem. I'm going to drop 8 nichrome into the EBF now. In 3... Oh, we got extra carbon. Why do we have extra carbon? Oh, because right, I allowed the rest of the carbon to centrifuge out. And it has now done so. Still, though, the ratio on that is a little off. I would have expected a clean... Unless it's not done. It isn't done. I'm already wasting our delicate fuel situation. I've invented a new way to calculate the fuel situation. So, each individual turbogas turbine has 16 buckets of benzene in it. So we can do the... Let's do the math. Deploy math. I need it. I really do. Okay. So. Each individual turbine is operating on 360K benzene times 16 for the full tank times 0.85 for the generator's inherent fuel efficiency. Meanwhile, each individual craft of a hot nichrome ingot will take us 2.3 million energy. So the question is, because we know that the tanks are full right now, do we have enough for this? Now I'm going to give you a little trick on doing some math like this. If you got a particular digit number and a 2-digit number, you can just move over that digit real quick. And already, this is looking pretty good for our tank supply for 1 nichrome. Now we go on to the second question, or at least, the finer details. It's a question of, is 1.6 times 8.5 greater than 1? And I can tell you that yes, it is. Which means if we want to make a conservative estimate, we just delete that part of the equation entirely. The end result is that it looks like, just eyeballing these numbers, the full tank of all 4... I didn't account for it being all 4 engines. There are 4 engines involved here. So it should be this times 4. That's a 3. What this means is that inside the tanks, we have basically that much energy worth of benzene on the top. And the bottom is how much we need for 1 nichrome. And looking at that number, it seems like we can guarantee, without even generating any more fuel, that we can run like 5, 6, maybe even 7 nichrome without worry. Better for us even is the fact that there is also benzene in the tanks. So I think just on the edge of absolutely safe, we can go here, take a nap first. We can go here and do 8 nichrome. So long as these tanks are full, we can do 8 nichrome, and we can be confident that it won't ruin the entire universe. And for every, I'm gonna say, steel fluid cell left of reserve in here, that's another nichrome we can be confident we can do. Just about. You're still going, huh? And this is even slightly better, because these were conservative estimates. It's that multiplication of 1.6 and 0.85, that's closer to like a grand combined 1.2. So all of this, you know, there's safety margins involved. I didn't account for the voltage drop over the wire. That's going to cause some more losses. So that 1.2 buffer, I think that's fine. Meanwhile, I'm just waiting for the last bits of the roasted nickel to be done so I can get that out of the way. Get the carbon out of the EBF and start with the nichrome. This will be incredibly quick. Theoretically. Okay, in you go. So again, this math was done basically on the assumption that the only benzene we have is the benzene in the tanks. It gave us an answer of around 5 or 6. The benzene in the pipes, the benzene in the actual storage mechanism, and the fact that we're producing benzene all suggests that putting in 8 nichrome will be fine. In 3, 2, 1, go. It begins. It begins. Well, it began. Now in like 10 minutes we get to go back, more like 9. We get to go back and we get to see if that's good. Meanwhile, how's the Mika? Good there. Do not bend that. Do not bend my backpack. It's full of stuff. Dust can be returned. Probably shuttle over some of the foil. It's getting a little packed here. $164 and $136. In fact, I can balance it out better. It's just 50-50. So now this will be a nice visual indicator of if we have enough. And I'm pretty confident we might even have enough already. There's a lot in here. Hey, hello. I'm doing material processing and a lot of it. Okay, one more stack and we're good. We're good. $50. Okay, this is 20 extra. All the extras going in here. Now that looks like some extra. We did it. That is all the Mika insulator foil we need for the nichrome coils, which we will get to immediately later. I'm going to remove the math, because even though I like it around for testing, Well, we've moved on to the experimental phase, yeah? Very optimistic news. The tanks are already still full. How's the fuel looking in here? We are about to hit empty. It's up to the pipes now. It's up to the pipes. And nothing will explode. I agree with you. Nothing's exploding. Nothing bad is happening. Look, I've even gone through the precautions of giving a rain shield to our explosion machine. Oh. Why am I seeing a glitching feather? There will be math later, I'm certain of it. Why is there a feather here? Swanson, are you molting a little bit? Oh yeah, Grace, you haven't been here. Lark, I don't think you were here either. Let me just introduce you to the staff. If you look in the top right on the mini-map, you may see... I just removed the mini-map so you can't see anymore. You may see 2 chickens. That is our staff. That is our employees. Over here in the implosion compressor, a compressor fueled by TNT, we have Invincible Rummy. And over here in the vacuum freezer, we have Swanson. They are important staff here to ensure that the machines do not explode. And they have been doing a very good job, and we expect them to continue doing a very good job. The factory is, yeah, we got Swanson for the vacuum freezer. This factory is an equal opportunity employer. I know that we only have a 100% employee amount of chickens. This is purely because those machines have particular requirements for their staff, and all the other animals were too big. But for something like the EBF or the Pyrolyse oven, we will be branching out for, you know, other animal types. I don't know what we're gonna fit in the EBF. It's, well, I think most animals are not wider than a block, they're just taller. I'm sure we could fit like a sheep or something in there. Personally expecting to put a cow in the Pyrolyse oven. It's an important job. We need someone strong, good in the labor force to make sure the Pyrolyse oven works well. We did try a sheep in the implosion compressor earlier, but it was too big, so we had to not. We don't need a chef. I'm the chef. I make the bread. I cook it the sandwiches. I make it the burger. I have not actually made a burger, but I make it the sandwiches. I make the sandwiches. Later on, when the sandwich shop is, well, just the general food store is prepared, you can man the desk. Are we still negative on fuel? Yep. Yep. How are these doing? Okay, they're still full. 6 of the way there. So just another 70 seconds or so, and we'll have our answer. I think, for safety, we'll do these 8 at a time. 8 is, after all, the exact amount we need in order to get 1 coil. And it's also the amount that I've proven, air quotes, to be safe to run so long as these tanks are full. In case of absolute emergency, I can I can de-diode the tank that goes to the vacuum freezer. That should have like a 6-digit number of benzene just sitting in the pipe. So if all goes catastrophically wrong, we can siphon that off. I do hesitate to do that because the thing we would do with the ingots after freezing them, well, after cooking them, is use that machine over there. In fact, in a few seconds, it should be just time for our first trial run of the vacuum freezer. Swanson's gonna get his first assignment. We also have employee benefits for the workers. It's mostly in the form of seeds. You gotta give employee benefits. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. We did it. And the tanks are still full. These are still backed up with another 7,200. Which means if the 64 in there was good for like 6. Okay, I think we're good, and I'm going to make a bit of a risky call. I'm going to put in another 8. Now, while that's running, and this is the risky move, we're going to try out the vacuum freezer. Your onboarding is complete, Swanson. It's time for you to get some major industry tasks. Hey, Romy, how you doing? This is a Swanson job, though. Okay, let's see the circumstances of this. No circuit settings, just put it in the vacuum freezer, 8.4 seconds at high voltage. This should resolve in, just about a minute. Okay, in you go. Let's see you work. Oh, 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 oh. That's a new noise. How you doing, Swanson? All systems good? For some reason, I was expecting it to be silent. Okay, we're getting it through. We're going through. Let's see. System's running perfectly. No maintenance needs to be done. This one's also fine. Final one. We did it! Fantastic work, Swanson. Excellent job. I worry there's going to be a time where, because I can't read their name tags when they're inside the machine, that I'm going to forget their individual names. I might need to put up like a sign. Got to put up a sign on every single thing and be like, Swanson's office or Rummy's office. Okay, we got nichrome, and we can continue the assembly line process for what we're doing with this nichrome. And what we're doing is we're going here, circuit setting 2 on the basic wire mill, put it in, get some wires. With 8 of those, some mica insulator foil, we will have our first nichrome coil block. 16 of which we need to upgrade the EBF to be faster and more energy efficient. Mostly more energy efficient. And 9 additional we need to make the pyrolysis oven faster and more energy efficient at the same time. We also just need to hold 16 of them in our hands to complete the quest for this. And I think priority will go to swapping out these Canthal coils for the Nichrome coils to make sure we are producing even more benzene to solve this problem. All in all, though, a solid victory. Though you can see, I'm looking at the pipes everywhere else, and you can see the benzene draining out. We do not have the production to keep this thing sustained at this level. And it kind of scares me. Well, do we have any, like, emergency super fuels that we could swap into the gas turbine while this is running? Methane. How good of a fuel is methane? Okay, it's about half a benzene. Oops. We have... seed oil. I don't think that's a fuel. We could turn it into methane, maybe. LPG. Okay, LPG is as... it's a little better than benzene, I think. How much was benzene again? Oh, it's the exact same. So in a pinch, if we need like 2 extra benzene, we can use this stuff, but... oh, it's like... it's propane! Okay, okay. It's a little bit of that processed propane. Or butane, I guess. Whoa. I'm ignoring that. Okay, so propane reel. We've got 8 cells of nitrobenzene. Whoa, whoa, wait a minute. That's real good. How do you make nitrobenzene? Okay, benzene, sulfuric acid, nitric acid, water. Well, distilled water. Makes nitrobenzene and diluted sulfuric acid. Okay, ignoring the insane power requirements, that's actually doable. I have benzene, I have sulfuric acid. I'm already in the market for nitric acid for industrial TNT. And water's just water. And you're saying this will make nitrobenzene something absurdly better than just benzene. Well, that's good. Is there a quest for nitrobenzene in some capacity? Yes, nitrobenzene. With the chem plant finished, you can slap in the necessary hatches and automate this fuel easily. The titanium gate really is the main obstacle to this improvement, since you can more than triple the power of your benzene intake with some cheap additions to it. As usual, the cost of building the setup will pay off over time. In this case, it'll happen even faster than usual, given how cheap the setup is. Benzene doesn't go anywhere beyond this point. You can grab the final upgrade and make a lot out of it. Check out the multi-block gas turbines and add a good turbine into them, made of a material like manilium or shadow metal. Or nitrobenzene. There it is. So further charcoal distillation wants 3 distillation towers. I guess it doesn't really care. You get to tier 4 EV, and you need titanium. Okay. So as much as I'm gawking at the future potential of nitrobenzene, it is irrelevant to us right now because we have no titanium. We cannot make it. Oh, hey, just in time. This is finished. Great. How you looking? You're still full. Still full, still full. Still full. Okay, I think we're safe for another 8. Great. Once we empty out this stack that I'm holding in my hands right now, we will have enough to upgrade the pyrolysis oven, which is my primary goal. I think now the rest of the stream is just going to be the tedium of waiting for it to go through. We can't really do much else right now. The EBF is busy. Off you go, Swanson. There you go. I'm going to step away from that, because even if Swanson really likes the sound, I'm less fond of it. It's really intimidating. It's like the sound of like a hovering spaceship, but like the evil variation. Actually, a lot of the factory just can't be used right now because the EBF is taking all of the fuel. We have very little choice but to allow the factory to grind to a halt. I guess we could use the parts of the factory that don't require benzene. Like over here, for instance. I mean, we could get polyethylene, but... No, polyethylene is important to us. We can make more pipe. And I think making more pipe might be a fine thing to do while we wait for the rest of the factory to exist. Get the pipe mold. Morning, Thega. I'm running out of fuel again. You know, classic problem that my factory has. So, let me catch you up to speed, because we're kind of in a waiting period right now. Big thing I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get nichrome coils so that I can upgrade my fuel production to be more energy efficient, and thus get more fuel. Big problem is that the nichrome takes, well, one, that nichrome takes a solid minute in an IV amp EBF for 1 minute to make 1 ingot, and we need 200 of them. So I've been running this in batches of 8 individual nichrome because that's what I calculated is safe to do so long as these turbines are full when I start. But it has burned through any reserve the factory may have had. So, while this overall is going to take on the order of 3 hours, it actually will take longer because I need to be vigilant for us running out of fuel. Additional, because this is taking all of the fuel, I can't really do anything else. But I'm trying. I've started a little bit of a side project to just make a few more pipes for the factory floor. Another thing I did, which I think you'll be interested in, is we've gotten the vacuum freezer and a new chicken to man the station. So now joining Invincible Rummy is Swanson. And we're all happy to have him. Why'd I go back over? Alright, well, show you Swanson. Swanson's in here. Okay, we have 2 coils. 7 more, and we can upgrade the fuel. It's going to be hard to get an employee permanently in the pyrolyzed oven because in order to upgrade the coils, we have to remove the floor. If you're referring to Invincible Rummy, yes. He's happily on station inside the implosion compressor, waiting for the next assignment. There's not much need for an implosion compressor right now until we kill the Wither. So he's mostly on break. He's on paid leave. What is the cost of a sign? Okay. Plank and stick. How do I make a plank? Cutting machine of a slab, which is a cutting machine of a log. Sorry, of a plank. Which is a cutting machine of a log. Okay. I just want to get some signs from my employees. I can't see their name tag from outside the machine. Alright, up we go. Cut machine here, log it. Lumber. I don't hear the EBF. I can hear the EBF. We gotta be careful in that. We gotta be vigilant. Okay. Cycle the logs. And again. Well, now we are going to have plenty. Efficiency 100%. Everything's running perfectly. We could do to expand the size of this place. What I'd like is barrels for each of these components. Just so I could very easily be like, well, Get a stack out of here, get a stack out of here, get a stack out of here, put them in this, and make some circuits. I think that's a good act of convenience in the long term. No further tricks. I'm gonna have so many signs by the end of this. Like, excessive amount of signage. Out you go, duck. I don't hear the EBF. Bonk, bonk. Okay, that's another cycle. Are these tanks still full? Yes. Ah. 8. 3 coils worth and rising. And I'm declaring victory at the EBF step because that's the biggest bottleneck of them all. Here we go. Yep, there we go. Swanson, wait a minute. Why can I see the corner of those blocks? Hello? Glad I caught that. That is definitely a noise. If you were wondering what a noise was, look no further. What the? Swanson's not gonna escape. Swanson just got here. You got something against my employees? They're good employees. And now they're going to get some signage. Not enough room for one line. There we go. Uh-oh. Darn it. Look, we fixed it. We're good. I sleep. So what do I do with all the other, like, 100 signs I just made? Logical answer would probably be put them in a barrel. We got barrel tech available. I got spruce. Okay. Will this work? I have not yet put something into a barrel that wasn't 64 stackable. Oh, this paneling is legally paneling. That doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's literally the spruce texture. But, like, doesn't look too bad. That's equally true. Okay, let's see if this works. It does. Okay, it just treats them as a stack is a stack is a stack. Makes sense. Well, that means we can put this out in the barrel zone. I could use these signs as like convenient markers for a lot of the factory construction, so I'll leave them here on the factory floor. Meanwhile, it's time for more coil. Sorry, cable. Sorry, wire. Should have just stuck with coil. It was technically correct. Halfway through here, the turbines are still full. In terms of the coil, it takes 1 Canthol. So we're going to need 9 Canthol. I have 2. I could get more. We technically have 15. But it's in dust form. If I'm going to extract more Canthol, I'd need to take it from the coils I have right now, or make some more from scratch. It's not that expensive to make. If I need to get up to 25, that would be... I thought I had 15. Do I only have 14? Well, the math doesn't change on this, then. All it'll take is 4 iron, 4 aluminum, and 4 chrome. Done. Now we mix it all together at whatever the circuit setting is. Circuit setting is... That's nichrome, not Canthol. Circuit setting is 1. 7.5 seconds. I say that because I'm putting it in here, which is overclocked. Okay, about 1.5 minutes remaining for this collection. Meanwhile, just to confirm, we have 3 complete. We're a third of the way there. Okay, what's a low electricity usage thing I can do right now? Let's go back to low voltage and see what options we have. Mercury is a fuel. It's an esoteric fuel, but it is a fuel, I think. I forget exactly how to check that. Fluid canner, better questing. Magic energy absorber fuel? Not what I'm looking. Acid generator. Okay. 32K. And it starts at medium voltage, huh? Oh, the efficiency's better. It takes an entire chemical reactor and 6 battery hulls. I'm not doing that. Oh. Next one's ready. Full, 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 full. Okay, the fuel's backed up. I think we're good. We can do another. So this is batch number 5. Let's go to Swanson. Hey, Swanson. Got a job for you. How many apples do I still have in my lunchbox? 54. $64. All right. Factory's looking good. Processes are going good. Every 9 minutes or so, we get another batch ready in the EBF. So in like 45 minutes, we should expect we will be able to upgrade the Pyrolyse oven. Save for the lack of sufficient Canthal. Speaking of Canthal, how's that mixer going? There's our 12. Combined with our pre-existing 12. Wrong thing. And 2 ingots. That is a grand total of 25. It's a grand total of 26, but we only need 25 for this. But if we need to temporarily swap the EBF over to Smelt and Canthal, that's fine. High voltage Cooper nickel, and we can even fuel it with oxygen. I don't think it'll get the perfect overclock, but it will get the regular. That'd be 22 seconds each. And for this immediate moment, we only need to do this for 7 of them. That's fine. Tanks are looking fine. Fuel still pumping. Ooh. I know there's a lot of inherent volume in the pipes themselves, but it still concerns me. Yeah, that's not getting any larger of a number. In the meantime, let's do a logistics. We need to fill these tunnels with the pipes. You know, for future benefit. This is going to be our benzene distribution pipe network for the factory, so we need to make sure that it's all good and placed in. Each individual branch of the network is going to require one stack of plastic fluid pipe. And there's going to be at least 3. Could justify like 4 or 5. I am not connecting it yet. That would just make our benzene problems catastrophically worse. I will, however, get more benzene, or polyethylene, for the pipes. Takes a lot to pipe good. I would appreciate if there was a way to improve the efficiency of the distillation tower. Just so I could get more high volume production of the other components. But I guess the solution there is just run them for longer, have more input. And we will. We will. Final one. 1 minute remains. I wonder. There are some max-sized trees around, but not a lot. I worry that if I upgrade the benzene production, it would just upgrade the speed, and then we'd run into a bottleneck on logs. So I suppose a bottleneck on logs is not really that big of a deal. The solution's pretty simple. It's make another log farm. Physically placing it might be tough. Maybe over there? After all, we've gotten into a little bit of the groove of making these automated farms. We have 3 of them. You're ready. Okay, next batch, another 8. Bring these over to Swanson, retrieve the previous pack of 8. Five batches down, 3 to go for Pyrolyse at the very minimum. I did not check that the tanks were full. I'll check when we get back. But I trust that they are. Okay, I'm gonna stand over here. And I'm gonna wait until that green light turns off. Should take about a minute from initial startup. This basic math means that, in theory, the vacuum freezer could cool an entire stack of nichrome in the time it takes for the EBF to smelt 8. So it's 8 times faster. Okay, get these 2 back. Turn them into 2x wire. And then they'll be ready to be turned into coil. Cable up. Wire up, sorry. Meanwhile, you are another stack ready to go. It's going to take so long until we have sufficient benzene to fill these pipes. You dare. They're not connected. Ooh, that's a little concerning. Uh-oh. Five down. Past the halfway point, technically. For the Pyrolyse oven. Though in practice, we're gonna need the... Actually, maybe that's what I should do right now. In order to keep up with the greater amount of charcoal that this is gonna create, one basic fluid extractor is not enough. We will need another. Fortunately, I've checked and this should already still be enough power. So we don't need another generator or anything. So, fluid extractor. Basic fluid extractor. And I will pick another basic for energy efficiency. We want this to be energy efficient as much as possible. Two LV circuits, a pump, a piston, regular components. Let's do this now while the factory still has some juice in it. I guess it would be sufficient for me to check if this pipe here has benzene in it. Better yet, this one exactly. So this one being full implies those are full. Oh. Okay. Gotta remember all the fundamental first components of everything I've made before. Nothing's open for use, right? Right. Just need one more motor. And we'll be fine. Okay, then we can prepare the piston. Please remind me I did that. I don't want to accidentally keep that in there. There we go. Thank you for reminding me I did that. Okay, 2 circuits. Check. We just need the pump and 2 low voltage circuits. Let's see here. Sort of guessing here, but I figure it's something like this. Yep. There, let's check just the pump. Tin rotor, tin screw, and bronze pipe. I got the bronze pipe easy. A spare tin screw? Yes. A spare tin? No. I know that that rod was unscheduled, but it might have been the correct move anyway. Okay, rotor, screw. Now we want the rubber rings. Done. We're going to need the motor itself, which is still in here, and now it is not because I took it out. That's how that works. Wire for wiring it. It's a cable. Excellent. There's our fluid extractor. Now, hooking this up to the system is going to be a pain. Because it needs to gain power, it needs to collect power, it needs to have power given to it. Okay, so the problem is here is it basically has 4 inputs and outputs. Total, combined, aggregate. The nichrome's been done for a while, hasn't it? You are full, you are full, you are full. Another 8. Leave it. I guess Swanson will work later. Okay, so the situation. There will be an input of charcoal, an input of electricity, an output of ash, and an output of wood tar. We need to fit all of that here somehow. Just sort of looking at it. I think our best option is to move them both down. We have this axis being nothing, You alright there, Thega? We're looking at this. We want this axis to be nothing. Then it would be item input on the side, electrical input from above, ash input to the side, and maybe benzene input down. Alternatively, because it's going to be lowered, we could do benzene input, wood tar output this way, and ash output down, and then just snake it up over to this thing. That might be tricky, given... this cable's gonna be here. So I think it's better we just go down with the wood tar and then up around the side. So nominally, this goes here. Need a little more pipe for this. I'm gonna try and gently swap the system out, but I'm gonna start with the logistics. So in theory, these two would connect to the extractors right above it. They would then go out and up. They can't go out and up there. They need to go over one more. Because in the full system, the ash pipe will be here. This goes up here, through here, like that. Okay. Then we're going to need 2 more tiny tin item pipe just to bridge the gap. And this is outputting automatically, so we don't have to worry about throughput for that. We're going to need the conveyor module for the ash output, and we're also going to need more tin pipe for the ash line. This is using fluid auto output, and the conveyor is doing the ashes. You would go here. You are on export. Everything there's fine. I guess for the time being we can do this. That'll give me space to wire this up. So down, in. There's that output. We can't do this right now. This pipe's in the way, but this will be lower and that'll work. Next up is input. I think that's just a simple matter of do this and then lower that down by 1. I can't connect it now, otherwise we'll lose charcoal to the system. And now for the power. In order to make sure we have enough energy in the system, and the fact that those two are both using 16, I am forced to use superconductors. In this case, LV superconductor. Bonk. This will require an even mix of coal, silicon, and redstone to make redstone alloy. Not to be confused with red alloy, which is a lot easier to make. This is red stone alloy. And what we do with it is make superconductors. Looking from here. Redstone alloy dust is our target. It is a mixture at circuit setting 2. 1 amp cable should be fine for this. Why did I have some already in there? What if I do 2 amp, just to be absolutely safe? Then this would be enough. Oh, no, of course it makes 3, not 2. So, 2 amp, 2 amp, 2 amp, I'm thinking. Work with that. Now, this might seem a little silly, but I have no proper furnace. Oh. Scratch that. Wait, do I need to EBF this? I do need to EBF this, don't I? Oops. Well, that's fine. We have a gap in the system coming up in a few seconds. Now, we can do 40 seconds at oxygen or 80 seconds at not. I see no reason not to improve our speed on this. And therefore improve our fuel efficiency. Wait, 2x is already 1 ingot only. So yeah, that's fine. We only needed 1. Alright, so we'll have 3 2x redstone alloy going through the system. And there it goes. Did we have some already in there? I guess we did. Well, I'm not going to complain about a little bit of excess. Okay. Next up, another batch of nichrome. Are we good? We are looking full on benzene. We may proceed. Meanwhile, take 3 of this. Slap them with the old 2x setting on the wire mill. Now, I need to be careful when I do this. The moment I do this, I will be shutting down the fuel production for the entire factory. So I'm going to have to prioritize being quick about getting it back up and running. Coat the cable. Well, coat the wire, thus making a cable. Coat into cable. Cable is destination. My sentence is grammatically proper, even though it's semantically a little strange. I'll take that sacrifice, though. Okay, fluid auto output is set. Alright, moment of truth. And that. Where's my wire cutters? Where are my wire cutters? I am on a time limit now. Okay. They can be facing into each other like this. It's fine. Okay. Connect that in. You want your output on the bottom. You want fluid auto output. The conveyor is already still attached. That is excellent for us. but I can't reach the internal one, so I have to do this. And I put this back, connect it. That is good, that is good. We disconnect that, we break this. No, we know. Okay. Next up is power. Power, 2 amps, 2 amps, 2 amps. I can't reach the middle one. Down you go. We're good like that. And go. Put this back in here. Restart in 3, 2, 1. Understandable, that's a little lopsided. It will favor this one. It's earlier in the line. That's not a problem in any way, shape, or form, because this is the overflow. Strictly speaking, at this level of the factory, there shouldn't be any overflow. So that second one should never activate. But we can simulate an overflow just to make sure that the system is doing logistics properly by putting in some charcoal of our own. Okay, the ashes are accumulating. These should be pumping out eventually. It's like once every 20 seconds. And it's running. Everything else is running. 16 EU per tick, 16 EU per tick. You should be 30 the moment you have enough ashes to operate. The wood tar is exiting. It is entering into the second distillery. Distillation tower. I'm waiting for you to activate. This is going to be the test of, like, power management. Just in 30. Line with the pyrolysis ovens, perpetual 64. This should be running on 126 right now. Conceptually, even when we upgrade the coils, these two should not be active constantly. It should be one of them constantly and the other half the time. So even if there is voltage loss across the line, it should be enough to completely deplete the buffer in between cycles. Especially when the cycles are going to be reduced to once every 24 seconds. Okay. So I've made that upgrade, and it should now function autonomously, independently, and be ready for the onset of the benzene revolution. Oh, I didn't account for this. It seems like it's holding stable-ish. Barely. I know there's enough benzene being produced to refuel it. I just want to make sure that it's going into this pipe. I don't really know of a way to set up priority for something like that. Aside from it just being statistical. Minute and a half. This is ready. Okay. So, 30 seconds. It seems like we are going to have enough fuel in the factory, just innately. Even if we're consuming fuel faster than we're producing it, we should be able to get to the end of the 9th coil, and therefore, the ability to upgrade the pyrolysis oven, and therefore produce fuel faster. Well, okay, not faster. Okay, technically faster. But more importantly, fuel efficiency increases, which means more fuel for the rest of the factory. But it will also technically go faster. A speed increase that will be eaten up by these two running. And then the distillation towers running more often. As long as they can get through their load in less than 24 seconds. One cycle in 24 seconds should be fine. The EBF is off. Okay, this is the 9th coil. Important milestone. And on this occasion, I will take the 24 hot nichrome ingots and bring them to Swanson. In the middle of the night, so I will... This will be an overnight job. Hello, Swanson. I've got a job for you. Here you go. How you doing? How's Rummy doing? You doing good, Rummy? Yeah, you're doing good. At some point, I want like a I want a factory foreman who just like goes around inspecting everybody's work, and it's just like a sheep in a minecart. Just circles the factory. These are good ideas I have. I know we're heading into overtime territory, but we ain't stop until we get this pyrolysis upgraded. I will not be putting an employee in the pyrolysis oven on this occasion. Still haven't decided who I want. Nor have I figured out how to get them there. What? What's the problem? You're gonna have to elaborate on the problem is... Okay, fine, we'll get an employee in the dang Pyrolytes oven. Here, let's go do some scouting for an employee, alright? Get some wheat. This is the employee benefit. Okay. So, we can already rule out some candidates we can't have. We can't have any sea creatures, no squid, because if we put water in the inside of the Pyrolytes, it will not function. This is true for most... I think this is true for most multi-blocks. As far as... I have an idea. This is going to be a long haul, but I have an idea. So here's the concept. The Pyrolytes oven is being used to convert logs into a sort of carbonated slurry that we are then distilling into a fuel. So it's got a lot to do with, at least how we're using it, trees. So my plan is we get a resident from the Twilight Forest to do the job. Hello? Let's see, rabbit, forest bunny, sorry. I don't know if they really got what it takes, you know? We gotta find a good employee. Got birds. I think we should save the possibility of non-chicken based birds for other small multi-blocks. I already have an employee in mind for the Pyrolytes oven, but we can consider, well, there's our guy. There's our guy. We're getting a deer. We're getting a deer for the Pyrolytes oven. Right this way, I understand that you are out of town, but we can provide relocation. Are you too tall to get through this gap? Don't worry, we provide accessibility benefits. Yeah, don't worry, we can get a rusty wolf at some point. Plenty of opportunities. Plenty of opportunities, especially as we get deeper into high voltage and beyond. Plenty of opportunities for some other multi-blocks. For the moment, though, I have a particular vision for the Pyrolytes oven. Now that we have this wild deer as our candidate, we need to start thinking of what we're naming the... like, what the employee's name is. I just gotta figure out where the heck I'm going. There's my portal. Bonk, bonk. Right this way. We've got your travel, all expense paid. Benefits. You gotta say the magic word. The magic word is benefits. For the employee. I think that's a little too on the note. There we go. Okay. Reset the shuriken. Enter. Alright, right this way, right this way. Now here's the difficult part. I think I brought all these ramps. Okay, Our position for you is not quite prepared yet, if I may be so honest. We're gonna need you to just sort of hang around here for a bit. Allow you use of our luxurious lounge for a bit. You stay here. Under construction, under construction. Okay, so, before we do... Okay, so here's the plan. When we do the upgrade, we gotta prepare, like, an entry path for him. Okay. So we need to upgrade the coils first, because logically, if we don't, the floor will be removed from them. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. This may be bad. It occurs to me... Can you sincerely not enter this gap? Uh-oh. We may have a problem. The deer is too tall. Let me just, I forget that. The deer is too tall. Okay. I thought we had 3 blocks of room here. We only have 2. Here's a question, though. Are you susceptible to suffocation if we do this? Okay, we need to do your employee interview is not yet complete. Okay. Here's the plan. There's a method in which we can test this. There is a way to get the deer into that space. I just need to know if they'll suffocate if we do this. Do the antlers require oxygen? You know, deep philosophical question, I know. Where's my redstone torch? Would have suspected it was in there. Oh wait, I'm a fool. It's probably on my person. Yeah. Okay, here's the test. Can they be inside the 3rd block? If they can be inside the 3rd block, we're fine. Here is our test. Point that way, please. Okay. And that's a failure. Okay, back to the drawing board. So it's a very specific matter of that hitbox being too tall. I don't have like an easy mob lookup. About venison. Yeah, okay, it's just from the wild deer. Darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. Okay, we need a new guy. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? I'm logicking through this all backwards. BBF's done. The cancel. It's cancel time. We gotta cancel it. The canthology. Set to 11. Dump, cancel, go. Meanwhile. Okay. I'm panicking a little bit. But I have a plan. So before I thought about the possibility of doing a Twilight Forest employee, my original plan was to get a cow. Simply because it was large and I was like, hey, we can boast how large it is. Problem with that, cows are very far away. But I've devised a sort of faster transit plan. Is it? Maybe if we find like a what? Is there variable sizes of wild deer? I doubt it. Like a cow would fit. A sheep would fit, but I was hoping to put a sheep in the EBF, honestly. It'll be a tight squeeze, but I think you'll fit in the EBF. Forgot to cancel coils in, whatever. So the plan is we're just gonna skip out, look for a cow. Now there's the possibility we could just put like a hostile mob in there, like get a zombie. Cow detected. We're in business. Hello, right this way. Thank you for that. No sleeping on the job. You gotta move. I'm trying my best to avoid all the cacti. We've lost contact. Lost contact again. Don't worry, we're almost there. We just got to get through the slime forest that I made. So I guess it's more of a slime orchard. Before we go, how about I introduce you to some of your co-workers? I've got a little errand I need to run with them anyway, so that would not be a burden to me at all. Hey there, Swanson. Can you file these files for me? Thank you very much. That's Swanson. He mans the vacuum freezer. You won't be working with him too much. You're in a different department. And then over here, we have Invincible Rummy. He is our implosion compression specialist. He's also a member of manufacturing. You're in the energy department, so you will be you'll have your own group, but you're the first employee there, so congratulations, you've got tenure by default. That said, we still have to wait around for that errand to be completed. He's not a Guazu. I didn't name Swanson after an Armored Core character. I mean, I guess there's nothing stopping me from having this be Guazu as well. I think you're getting a bad impression of my employees. My employees are good people. Look at this. This is a good person. They are Volta at worst. Actually, for a member of the energy department, Volta is a fantastic name. Alright, I think I'm officially making you Volta. Alright, we gotta do this as well. Okay, you stick around here, Volta. I will prepare you your stuff. Strictly speaking, we only needed 9 of this stuff. Okay, Volta, you get the lay of the land. I will be right back. I had more work for Swanson, I didn't even realize. So it'll be interesting to see how this works with this. How fast you go? Real fast. 3 seconds. Very good, very good. Thank you very much, Swanson. Alright, I will be with you shortly, Volta. I still need to set up your post. Okay, so all that's left of us is to actually build the coil. That's going to be a high voltage assembler on circuit setting 3. You. Okay, take your 9 out of here. Put him in here. The Canthol, the Nitro, I'm still used to the other coils. The Nichrome coils. Setting 2. We can begin with the ones we already have. Okay, put you in there, and I'm not gonna like do any particular measuring here. I'm just dumping it in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more of these. 4, 8, and then the one it's already doing. So this is extraneous. Measure only if you have to. There it is, our first Nichrome coil block. Anthol's done. Wire mill, how you holding up? You are definitely not the bottleneck. Okay, that'll get us up to 6. We need 24 more. And they will be from here. Where'd Volta go? Volta? What? How did you do that? Okay. Glad I didn't make your name tag yet. Okay, so the wire mill is going to be the bottleneck. Should have started converting them earlier. That's my bad. Okay. Let's prep the entrance. Okay, so I'm gonna bust open a hole here and Volta's gonna walk in, but that's gonna be after I remove the coils. And replace the coils. That. That's the coils. Then we need to be ready to perform the swap. Swap is ostensibly simple. We just remove these 9 blocks and replace them with the coils we just got. I believe in us. Here they are. Okay. Now it's a little bit excessive, but I think the best way to do this is to actually give the name tag first. And then do the rest of this. Good. Fuck. Death. Okay. All right, we need glue. Out. In. Lead. Third. In. Out. That. Okay. You are gonna be Volta. Okay, so it's time to do the swap. It's time to do the swap. Okay, so step one, power down this. This will be the final craft of charcoal until I swap out the coils and do everything else. We're gonna have to be careful here. 32 seconds per. If I'm right about how these coil upgrades work, this should go down to 24 seconds. It is done. Okay. You. Okay. Swap it with the nichrome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Before we reseal the chamber, prepare the entrance for Volta. Nine. Volta blocks. All right, Volta. Your post is ready for you. There you are. With me. Your office is ready. Right this way, right this way. Good, very good. Congratulations, you have arrived. Welcome. I forgot the A. Your name is now Volt. Congratulations. How did I do that? Welcome. Okay, let's do this here. Let's put the sign too low. Okay. Office of Volta. We should give titles. Like job titles to the employees. It's not Volt anymore, it's Volt. I'm sorry, I messed it up. Okay, here we go. Power the system back on in 3, 2, 1. Whoa! 21 seconds? Need to check the math here. 32 seconds. Huh. Oh, no, my math would have worked for 36. Okay. Yeah, alright. Figured out my mistake. "24 is 75% of 32, not 66. That's not how I was doing the math, which is why I didn't notice. That's, numerically, that's better than what I said. In terms of multiplicative power, it is as advertised. Well, fantastic. Good job, Volt. We can't put somebody in the EBF because the EBF is going to be relocated later, in case you were wondering. Still, though. That's a win. So now we would expect the fluid extractor to effectively be on 24/7, and occasionally for this one to have to activate to pick up the slab. In principle, I would expect the second one to be active half of the time, really. In addition to that increase, we also have an increase of raw charcoal byproduct. But still not enough that it's overloading the distillery tower on this setting. Question is, will the wood tar ultimately, this turbine will be active more often, but it will also be producing more fuel. I said earlier that the only way that I know to do priorities via statistics, and I will do that. Also, we don't need this anymore. Look at all this data. Integrated server, chunkcast, LC, WS hunger, caves, used memory, the graphics driver. Yeah, so you're now full. We can expect charcoal to eventually start pouring into the second one. Because you would go through the 20 charcoal in 30 seconds. But this is producing charcoal every 21 seconds. But why hasn't it gone to this one yet? Uh-oh. I think I understand what's going on. Because it's the tiny tin item pipe, it's only trying to put items in a place once every 8 seconds. So it tries to put them in here, and it does partially, and then it resets waiting for its next chance. But it's always going there because this is never full. it's wasting its attempt on that. In time, item type. We need something that has at least 1 per second. I think we're gonna have to go with a large tin. I just had a silly bootleg idea that'll work instead. This is dumb, but it works. Yes. Probably be fast to fluid solidify these, but whatever. Not the point. You may already realize what I'm trying to do. Yeah, this is just not working. Okay. So, here's the plan. So now, the stack will go into this chest. The 2 hoppers will then evenly distribute the contents of the chest to the 2 fluid extractors. I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this, that these hoppers will extract at a rate of like 1 per, like at least 1 per second or so. It is clear that the charcoal is going to the chests, but it doesn't seem like the chests are emptying. Let's troubleshoot this. Okay, you do have the... It's not going into the hoppers. It might be because this is a ceiling. Which is a... like, entirely intractable problem. The reason this was theoretically going to work is because of the wide nature of this. So without that, we're out of luck. Also confirmed the hopper can fill at speed. And there's no, like, side hopper. Alright, back to the original plan. Question is, how many of these do we need? Let's measure it out immediately. 1, 2, 3. We need 4 of these. By my count, that would be 24. Oh. Wait, these are the huge molds, not the large. Oops. I'll recycle that around. One stack per second. That's exactly what we need. Though this is very specific to the nature of our setup right now, that this works. Like, this wouldn't work if the fluid extractors were faster, for instance. Okay, out of here, out of here, out of here. In here, in here. Look at the size of these pipes. In there, in there. Bop. My hopper's back. Looking very promising. It's being filled? Is this one being filled? Oh, you bet. Perfect. Now with this, we can be reasonably confident that the fluid extractors are keeping up with the charcoal. Oh, no. I got an idea. What? What? I know that the power constraints were a bit tighter now, but really? Is it really that bad? What if this needs to be a superconductor? I'll do a 4x cable for it, just to be certain. Right now we're fighting voltage losses across the wire. You're clear, you're clear. Choke this quickly. Bit of, just technical operations here. Okay. Aside from the transformer itself, there should be no voltage losses across the wire anymore. And I don't even know if there is voltage losses in a transformer. Power. This should be the ideal case. In case of calamity, we break glass. I just had a thought. I did a little bit of a brain operation. I minded. Failure. And that's 2 for 2 on the problem scale. Solved it. Maybe I didn't plan for this as much as I needed to. I didn't expect the ash pileup to be so... like, to overrun the processing speed of the centrifuge. I know it's slow, but I thought we had more buffer than this. Maybe we got unlucky. I need batteries. I need batteries is what I need. How do I make batteries again? Battery. Okay. You are tin cable, 1 plate. You are copper cable, 3 plates. I think I want 5 for this. How many was it? 2. So 2 of each. Circuit settings involved? No. No. I'm using these to increase the device's internal buffer and, more generally, to just get a better idea of, like, how the power is used. They're almost like an indicator for me. If there's a problem along the line. I'm going to need to fill them with something. I'll probably just eat sodium from here. Alright. Can them. Okay, so the way this is going to work is if there is any excess power in the system, I should be able to put these batteries into the 3 single block machines, and they should charge over time. If they charge over time, we're good. Start with you. Oh boy. Okay, I think my test is a failure, because these are apparently charging... like, they're prioritizing charging. Oh, and this cable appears to have been set on fire. So that's... terrifying. Better if we just do that, I suppose. I'm sad this has failed. I wish I could rely on it. Again, why again? I think I'm gonna need some higher volt power. I think I'm gonna need to get thicker red alloy. Okay, Okay. Why isn't this working the way I want it to? Alright, EBF, you're back on EBFing. Go. Thank you. Thank you. We got the cow hire. Unfortunately, everything's breaking. Alright, leave nothing to chance here. We are going 4 amps. Well, you're ready. Where's the medium volt one? Oh, I left it in there. Wait, why isn't this one charging at all? Oh, because it's a low voltage machine. Oops. That's an embarrassing mistake. Maybe that's why it broke, because it was drawing like medium voltage level amps through the wire to try and do a thing. Wrong one. There we go. And now you're charging. %, 94%. Where's my other battery? Oh, right, I'm charging in this thing, yeah. Yes. Okay, new 4 amp wire. Connected. 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 You frick. The theory is sound. I have to believe that the theory is sound. All 3 batteries have reached full charge. And as designed, this fluid extractor has downtime. As long as that downtime continues to exist, this system should function. But it also means that we cannot add any more charcoal to the system than what we have already. It's raining. Okay. I knew the margins were tight, but I didn't realize just how close I'd be cutting it. Would love to be able to put a battery in the pyrolysis oven. I don't think there's a lot for that though. Yeah, no. Well, I looked it up. I don't think there's a thing. There's no battery equivalent for inside a multi-block. There is the battery buffer, but that doesn't really help considering this is a matter of, like, voltage drop. If I add the battery buffer, I'm probably going to induce some voltage drop into the system. And that's a no-go. So I think this is it. A very precarious setup, but one that is running now under the constant supervision of our new employee Volt. I will probably at some point fix the name and make it Volta. But I'll just do that in between screens. Important thing to know, though, is that it works. And we are well on our way to, one, restocking our benzene supply from our current technical zero. And making the remaining nichrome coils with which to upgrade our EBF, which shall coincide with its relocation to wherever the heck we choose to put it. Probably over there. I'm trying to balance the need for the factory to run and for the new relocation system to operate by forcing myself to make my new multi-blocks on the factory floor where I intend them to go. I'm slowly pulling myself that way. And soon this whole thing will become the factory. And then this will become like the main entrance slash visitor center slash gift shop slash cafeteria. But that still sort of implies a thing external to here. It also, in a more geographical sense, doesn't really work because I've put farms in the way. Though if I keep this chunk clear, you could maybe imagine that this is a factory and then there's like, you know, a town, a society over here. There's a road that goes into the factory area. It arrives here. This is like, I don't know, parking and also just the front entrance. Where all the business stuff happens over here. This is like the visitor's entry center. We get like offices, the cafeteria, gift shop type deal. And then, if they're here to work, they could maybe like, I don't know, there could be like employee parking, and then they like go in, go back through the back, and then are entering the factory floor. I think that's nice. I think that's a good idea. So like here to here. Flatten this out, maybe flatten out the paths over there, make this like a road that goes to something. I don't know what it would theoretically go to, but it can go to it. Maybe I convert this into a multiplayer world, and then we have other people who are not really playing Greg, but are just building a lovely little society over here. And they come to me for, like, resources and stuff. Like, we could have a little financial exchange. Like, in exchange for them going out and mining ores and stuff, they can bring them here, and in return, I'll process in bulk some, like, decorative blocks and sort of advanced pieces of things that I can provide. So I'll like, be the technological and industry spearhead, while they provide the, like, labor for resources that I then process. And then they also deal with the, like, they're a bulk consumer of building decorative style blocks to make cool things, whereas I use my technology to provide access to those things. Oh my goodness, I could... Okay, I don't actually know if there's a way to do this because lights are, like, free. But, like, if there was a block that you gave electricity to give light to, I could provide power to the metaphorical city. If they had, like, TVs and stuff. And... well, you know, I could at least power the ovens. That's a cool idea. I will probably not do it because that would imply the existence of other people. Then again, famed YouTube personality slash Minecraft celebrity Philza has done incredible stuff in a hardcore world and didn't need anyone else to make all those cool things. Maybe I just need to commit to the bit. Something I gotta learn from Quint more. But what if? Normally that would be the part where I just end the stream, but I got cold feet and I just want to, like, marvel at this. Volt, soon to be Volta, as soon as I correct his name tag, is doing good. Swanson and Invincible Rummy are doing great. It's raining. We got the coil upgrades. We can go for more coil upgrades. I'm probably going to make the rest of the coils in between streams, just because it's a hyper tedious activity and it's getting in the way of us doing, like, progress production. And we got, you know, the big milestone. I don't know what we're looking for with the upgraded coils, like what we're trying to make with them. Like, sure, we're going to have nitrochrome coils, but what does that unlock that we care about? I don't know yet. For now, it's just sort of an efficiency boost to the factory. Not to be undermined. That's very important. But I'm going to have to look elsewhere for what to do next. Increase efficiency by going for the phosphorus dope stuff. Gonna need nitrogen for that. Maybe make the nitrogen. I think the next project is to relocate the factory into the factory. Build wall... Actually, I can't even relocate the factory till I build, like, a dedicated roof. Maybe we need to start talking decoratives. Maybe we need to start talking design. I like the layout being just like a giant square, but that doesn't mean we need to put this in like a brutalist skyscraper. I'm willing to stylize the edges. If we need to slightly increase the border radius of the factory to make like a wall with depth and texture, that's fine. I'll do it. But I'd like it to be a little bit more fancy than a brutalist square. If you are a designer of structures of some nature, and you wish to contribute some design and ideas, please let me know. For now, though, I'm Exception. This is InTV. Have a good day, and good night.